Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking your time to come to today's council meeting. I appreciate all of the residents in attendance today. I'd like to call the July 26, 2022 special council meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Our meeting today is also being broadcast live. With that, let's begin. With regards to the adoption of our agenda, I have one item that I'd like to add to this agenda, which is a discussion with council around foxtail around the storm ponds. This will require an amendment to a special agenda, require unanimous decision on this. So with that, if I can get a motion, or I'll provide a motion to amend the agenda as presented. Councillor Hanley?
Whereabouts would it actually occur?
Sorry, it would go in new business.
New business?
At the end, item number 5.
Okay.
With that, if I can get a vote on that, all in favor? Not carried? Okay, and it won't be added. Okay, so looking at the adoption of the agenda as originally stated, if I can get a motion to adopt the agenda as described. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we accept the agenda as presented.
Sorry, I needed to recall on that for the notes. Those opposed to the change of the agenda, add the foxtails? Okay, thank you. All in favor of adopting it? We did that? All in favor of adopting the agenda as presented?
No, we didn't ask for comment.
We didn't.
Okay.
Vote yet.
So can you read that again, please?
I make the motion that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, all in favor?
Point of order.
Okay.
I believe on a motion there's supposed to be asked for comments or questions.
On an agenda?
Is it on any motion? I could be incorrect if I'm incorrect.
No, like a motion to table.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All in favor?
Opposed.
All opposed? Two. Okay. All right, moving on to the adoption of the minutes. We're looking at the very first item, which is the May 17th, 2022 council minutes. If I can get a motion to adopt the minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move we adopt the May 17th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All in favor? Sorry. Carried. If I can get a motion to adopt the June 28th council meeting minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we adopt the June 28th, 2022 special council meeting minutes as presented.
All in favor? Carried. If I can get a motion to adopt the July 19th council meeting minutes. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we adopt the July 19th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Ask a quick question,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out in the July 19th, there was a small error under the Dawson's Landing where it indicated that I didn't vote when I did vote as in opposition under section 220719-16.
220719-16.
19-16. It indicates no opposed was called. Councillor Joe Hall did not vote when I did vote no.
Okay. Jerry, would that be something we would amend today, or would that be something that would be amended by staff? Hi, Missy.
That's saving all votes and she will vote.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number D1, which is a discussion around the audio and video for council chambers from staff. Lead Services, Jerry. Sorry, I can't hear you.
I just need to confirm whether or not the 19 minutes were accepted.
They were accepted, yes, as presented. Morning, Jerry.
Morning, Mr. Mayor and Council, and I guess this is my file to present. As we all know, that we've been struggling with some audio, video within this chambers for quite some time. Administration has reached out to 3 different parties on equipment, and one was a response with, sorry, we cannot get anything because of COVID. We're still backlogged and there's no equipment available. The other company that we reached out to never did send in a quote, so this was the only quote that was available. MV Video and Audio has presented and sent us a quote in. Now within this quote is a brand new system that would be through mics, PTZ cameras, encoders, everything that the City Hall and Council would need, and this will probably last us for quite some time. This particular system is being not only used in the United Nations, but with other municipalities within our and around area like Okotoks, Rocky View County, Strathmore, Wheatland County. So it's I've reached out to a few of those municipalities as well, and this just with our quote as well, with our quote, and presented it to them just for their feedback, and we're within the realm of what they've actually paid as well. So as you can see, there's whole bunch of different things here. The encoder would be a double encoder where we could actually start our own YouTube channel of some sort where we could upload our videos where we're in control of them. So instead of things going down on the weekends or when different things happen, these will actually be up and live, up on the web, as well as staff could watch them live. So when we are presenting in council meetings, staff can find out on the YouTube channel where roughly they are and come down and present and then go back to work. If they have another file, they can actually come back and again present. So we're not having staff sitting in the chambers all the time as well. So I'm open to any questions that council may have. We are looking for a decision to accept the quote so we can get it signed. The encoder probably would be here sometime in early September. The rest of the work would not be completed until the 1st of January.
Oh, really? Councillor Hanley?
Would the encoder, if it gets here, will that assist the current system? Will it?
Yes,
I know we've had a number of problems with audio and video. And if we would be able to use the encoder and continue to upgrade the system, would there be some improvement between now and the end of the year?
So this new double encoder would help us control the destiny of where our meetings are going right now. So it's going to help per se of a stable video stream.
Mm-hmm.
However, our audio is improving with the UHF mics in front of you. However, these are all battery and we're still running into issues and audio issues. So again, it's probably putting a Band-Aid on something until the entire system can come in. And just to let you know, the entire system would actually be wired, so there is no wireless mics. So everything is to its own power source.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, so then everything is secured as opposed to the current situation.
Correct. Right now, that if you we want to talk security, UHF mics actually. If I lived across and had a scanner, I could actually listen into the entire council meeting, whether you're in closed session or not. So as long as we had a live mic in here, this building is never secure.
Any other questions for Jerry? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to Jerry, I'm just wondering, with regards to this, due to the dollar amount, did we go through the RFP process and did we involve procurement services with this purchase?
So we did not put a formal RFP out. We did reach out to, like I said, 3 other companies, and those are the response that I received back. It was one that they did not have the equipment. One did not even send a quote in, and this is the only quote that was here. So then I did more due diligence through reaching out to other municipalities just to make sure that we're in the quotes that they've received through their RFP.
Councillor Dean?
Follow-up, thank you. Through the mayor to council, is not our policy, or possible to administration as well, is not our policy that anything over 75,000 needs to go to open RFP? And this is more than 75,000.
Councillor Henley?
Yeah, if you actually go through our policy, under the city directors of the CAOs, they have the opportunity to change or not follow that policy at their discretion, depending on the circumstances. So it's not a requirement. It's not a hard and fast rule in the procurement policy.
Councillor Watt?
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Jerry, I have a question. I assume, but I'll ask, is this system expandable so that we can have staff that are at different stations instead of having to get up?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. So if you actually look at the mic system, there's 11 mics sitting there, and we know we have currently 7 positions sitting in front of us. So the other 11 mics, of course, is one for this podium and some for the staff at their desk as well, so they can again be recognized through the chair, and they can turn their mic on and be recognized, and then have their answer questions or and statements and things like that, or their presentations at their desk if that's what they choose to do. So yeah, to answer your question, absolutely, it can be expandable up to as many mics as you would like, or systems.
Okay. Are we aware of other municipalities that are using this system?
So just the ones that I've given you currently just in our jurisdiction. I didn't go out and seek others, but like I said, like literally at our doorstep, Wheatland County has just put the system in. The town of Strathmore, as well as Okotoks, Rocky View County. So literally right beside there on their doorstep, there's 4 other municipalities that are using this current system.
Sounds good. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was also going to state, in my looking at other municipalities, a lot of other municipalities actually have a YouTube channel as well as their website. So their council meetings are actually available there. So if you have a set of redundancies sort of built in with this option, in that if for some reason the servers here go down or the videos are not available, there's an alternative route to provide the video, so no one is ever left without access.
And thank you for that comment. And that's the reason why we looked at, and I should say this company actually gave a presentation to not only administration, but to IT. And, just afterwards thinking or looking at the entire thing, IT and administration looked at this double encoder is to get our message out to the public, and that way we're controlling it and it doesn't go down. Like everybody knows, this weekend we had a problem again with eScribe, and our video was down for some period of time. So our residents couldn't turn around and look at the video itself if they were wanting any other information.
Okay, great. Any last questions for Jerry? Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to Jerry, just a quick question. I'm not sure if you answered it all. Did you by chance did you share from the other municipalities what this quote was, or did you get a financial amount from them? Just my concern is that since we just have one quote, that we potentially could be overpaying here. Are we in the realm of what they paid, or?
And thank you for that question. Our quote is roughly about $1,000 higher than one of our current municipalities, and that is just because we've added more equipment. Some of them have a single encoder, where this is a double encoder. Some of them have less mics than what we've indicated on our 11. But I've actually did share the entire quote with them, of course, in confidence, and they did say that, the quote that they have, for an example, the one mic system at $872 is exactly what they paid as well per mic system.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks.
Good question.
Any other questions, guys? Councillors? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I've noticed in the package, the recommendation is to support withdrawing these from the restricted surplus accounts. However, I've looked at our existing capital budget, and we have items in our capital budget that will not actually take place this year. The issues around the rec center and Rocky View, putting it on hold. prevent items 6A and 7A from actually being completed. So therefore, rather than even utilizing the restricted surplus accounts, I believe we should just reallocate a portion of the capital budget to this away from these two items. They were the skate park and the splash park.
Any comments in regards to what Councillor Hanley has brought forward? Councillor Dean?
Oh, sorry, in regards to what Councillor Hanley, sorry, no.
No comments? Okay, are there any other comments? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I share the same concern that, while we did reach out to 3 other companies, that's, great. I think at this amount, going over that, I would encourage us to have it go back to an open procurement, strategy, given the amount that we're looking at with this.
Okay. All right, I'd like to propose a motion to, we have a motion here. No. I'd like to propose a motion to accept the presentation and proceed with the acquisition of this equipment, and following what Councillor Hanley had proposed for the funding of that, location of the funds.
This is the reallocation.
Reallocation?
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a quick question, please?
Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to Jerry, I'm just wondering, I can just as a statement starting before my question, I understand the importance of the appropriate technical equipment. Just so that we've checked off the appropriate boxes, how much extra effort would it entail to bring this to an appropriate RFP process and then go with this quote if there's nothing that comes back to us?
Thank you for the question. It'd be a delay factor. So as every day passes, we're just moving further and further down the chain. Right now, there's some equipment available to this, and some is not available until, I'm going to say, the end of November with this particular company. However, the equipment seems to be moving fairly quickly throughout Canada. So every day that we postpone is further down. So I'm going to say if we postpone this for 2 months, we're now probably looking at maybe April or May, maybe even June of next year.
Thank you.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said that Cochrane, Okotoks, Wheatland County, Rockview
Correct. Are all using this?
they're using this system, and the pricing that we've indicated is the same or similar to what they
Correct.
paid. Okay. Should I more clarify the motion in regards to the reallocation of which exact budget line, or?
That would help finance, know exactly where the reallocation of funding is coming from.
Do you know which exact budget?
No.
What are they?
6A and 7A. So either one of them, there's $1.2 million there that's not gonna.
Okay. All right, if we could reallocate the funds from council priority projects under the capital budget plan for 2022 from item number 6A. Is there anything else you'd like in that motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Or any comments, I guess, first? All in favor, Councillor Foat?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, through to Jerry and to finance. The fact that we're going to take this money from, like, say, the splash park and whatever, those projects will rise back to number 1 position in the new budget, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the clarification I wanted, because I think the splash parks this is important. It's a rec system.
Yes, the item that we're looking at, removing it from as 6A, which is the skateboard park. And as you mentioned, back again, when we come back in 2023 with the new budget, that'll get accounted for, I presume.
That's
According to council.
Clarification.
Okay, all in favor? Carried, all opposed? All right. We're just going to jump item number 2. Our presenter will be here at 10:30. Are we prepared to proceed with item 3, the Q2 financial update?
That's taking these back to Terry.
Mayor, does the presenter want this information
Get
back?
it back to Terry?
Jerry, would you like this information back?
Just
Councillor Funk?
quick question. Did we actually complete the motion to approve the actual purchase, or did we only do the funding?
It was, both were included in the motion.
Okay.
Yes. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning, Mayor Council. Today I would like to provide additional information to the Q2 report. I will distribute.
Oh, you're gonna do, okay.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's on the screen too.
But thank you, Ann, for the large print.
So, Mayor and Council, last time I provided the Q2 report in July 19. That was very early, so there's a lot of invoice haven't come in at that time when I run the report. And then from that day to now, there are some invoice already processed, and I would like to bring the number back to council here. We did receive a fine revenue from the Alberta Justice. So the fine revenue is always come 1 month after. So for example, June 5 will always come deposit into our account in July, sometime in July. So we did capture an increase in revenue for 79,563. In community growth expense, there's an increase in expense. So that just regular invoice for contractors and contracting service. Corporate service, we just have an invoice coming for the Cisco lease, and last time we did not accrue enough for RCMP bill, so that can bring the corporate service expense up to 8.696 million. So the difference, an increase of $582,076. There's a 13,000 increase in expense for community people. And community operation, there's an increase in 80,000, mostly for the material they purchased for operating. Community safety, because we received the fine, so there will be a portion of the provincial retention and the wisdom service. So that will be added to the expense, and plus some other operating expense. So bring the total expense increase 802,022.99 from the last report. The revenue and expense, the net amount will be $722,066. So that will bring up our saving for Q2, year-to-date Q2 to 4.9 million.
Well,
And if you look at the next slide, there's a comparison to the last Q2 and Q1 combined, and they compare to 2020 actual and 2021 actual. So on the revenue, we are currently 256,000 below budget, but compared to the prior year, we are 1.3 million above the 2021. Compared to expense, compared to budget, right now we are 4.9 million. That means 18% below the budget, and we are at 1.2 million or 5% below 2021. The net saving is 4.7 million or 17% compared to the 2022 budget. And is there, and then that will be concludes my.
well, thank you. That's great. And so, just to clarify, you're saying that we're $4.9 million ahead of our 2022 budget year to date.
We saving
We're saving, yeah, we're saving $4.9 million as of Q2.
Okay.
Definitely, thank you. That's great. Councillor Hanley?
I was gonna say, like last week when you presented, the question came up of how much was late in expenditures, and you said like just less than $1 million.
Yeah,
Uh,
my projection is quite
And you
close.
actually, that's a pretty good number.
Thanks.
That's good, great. Thank you. Any other comments by council? Thank you very much for your time. That's great news.
Thank you.
If I can get a motion to accept that presentation for information? Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we accept this presentation as information.
All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Moving on to corporate services update. Number 4.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Today's presentation is regarding our request from Corporate Services for an investigation into the irregular staff severance payouts and employment policy revisions. To begin, we will first discuss the need for an investigation into irregular severances or employee payouts that were paid out to staff members. Secondly, we want to investigate if there are other bloated severances that were paid out. Third, we want to evaluate the current employment template. Fourth, we want to evaluate the current severance templates. And fifth, we want to change the payroll and banking policy. To begin, I'm just going to present what our standard contract says if an employee resigns. And in our contracts, it always says termination by you. And it says you may terminate your employment at any time by providing the city with the minimum requirements of the employment standards code, as outlined in section 58 of the Employment Standards Code. The city may decide in its sole discretion to waive your required notice of termination. And so that's basically, if you give 2 weeks notice, you don't have to work out your 2 weeks, you can be paid instead, is basically what that means. And in the Alberta Government Employment Standard Code, it says follows: employees who wish to end their employment must give written notice to the employer. The length of notice period is based on how long they have worked for that employer. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see that the employment by the government standard severance payouts is employee notice. So the employee gives notice, and if they have been there for less than 90 days, more than 90 days, but less than 2 years, they're required to give 1 week's notice. And if they've been there for longer, 2 years or more, that's 2 years, 2 weeks notice. So anything 5 years, 10 years, they are just required to give 2 weeks notice. And if the employer terminates that employee, they have these standards of we're obligated to pay out this amount. So for 2 years, you get, or for 2 years but less than 4 years, 2 weeks, so on and so forth. The employees in question fall into the 2 years but less than 6 years. So if we had terminated them, they would have gotten 4 weeks severance. If we go to the next slide. So in the situation number 1 that I'm requesting an investigation for, the employee resigned. They did not terminate. We did not terminate them. The employee received a lump sum severance payment of almost $400,000. Had the employee terminated, had we terminated them, they would have only ever received $16,000. And in fact, we only really needed to give them 2 weeks if they had quit 2 weeks, or if they had resigned 2 weeks. So we're concerned about why this employee got that level of payout, and we would like an investigation. The second request is, again, the employee resigned. The employee received lump sum severance payment of almost $200,000. Had that employee been terminated, they would have received $40,000. So again, following the standard, they only needed to give us 2 weeks notice. Okay, let's go to the next page. Thank you. So this is what we're asking for. We want to investigate why the severances or payouts had gone through without council's notice or approval. We want to uncover if malfeasance had occurred and report back to council. We want to investigate if there are other bloated severance packages paid out without council's approval. We would like to evaluate the current employment template and make changes to ensure future contracts do not contravene the city's employment policy. We want to evaluate current severance templates to ensure future severance agreements do not breach the employment and severance policies. And we would like to change the payroll and banking policy to ensure a three-person coded system is put in place with the CAO, the finance manager, and the mayor sign off on all batch payment processes released at the bank, ensuring one final check occurs before funds are released. Then we will report back to council with all of our findings and suggest changes to the employment and our suggested changes to the employment policy. And do you have any questions regarding this situation?
I do. Are you aware of how these payments happened?
All we know is that a standalone payment, an irregular standalone payment was provided to the employee. So we have to investigate further as to how that policy, how that was breached in terms of our standard payout.
So it wasn't by like a check?
No, as far as I'm aware, it was not a check.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair to Kim. Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to phrase my words quite carefully here. I'm just wondering, before these payments were paid out, I'm assuming that there was HR and legal counsel involved here.
Again, I'll only speak to that once the investigation is complete. So if I'm allowed, I will uncover those things for you and bring them back to council.
And
Councillor Watt?
follow up. So will you be conducting the investigation or will?
Well,
a
my
third
next
party?
page after the question is that we're requesting a motion for council to approve administration to hire a third-party expert to assist in our investigation into the wrongfully paid out severance packages. Because this goes beyond my expertise, I believe.
So at this point, we're not sure whether legal counsel was consulted, which would be a reasonable thing to do prior to paying out severances of this scale.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Councillor Foat?
I'm going to speed this on forward after your investigation. If you find that this is not correct, what provisions are there for the clawback?
Again, I can't speak to this at this point. Once we complete the investigation, we will come to council for recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was just going to say, with these types of expenses, these would be one-time expenses that would come in. So I think Ann was just here before. So in our financial results, if these expenses are in there, if these two are this year, that's $600,000 of labor in the expenses. That is a one-timer that shouldn't be there and possibly could be recovered.
Okay. We will look into that as well.
Thank you.
I'm assuming our investigator will look into that as well.
But as far as you know, you're saying that none of this came to councils.
As far as we're aware, this has never been brought forward to council, these two payments.
Okay. All right, if I could, sorry,
Sorry.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another quick question, Kim. With the absence of HR here, I'm just wondering, is this standard protocol that severances would come to council? Or would the CAO of the day be approving these severances?
As far as I'm aware, anything over $75,000 would always be presented to council.
Councillor Hanley?
I would also, in the policy for unbudgeted expenditures, any unbudgeted expenditure must become before council for approval. That's in the policy that's on the website, that's there. And you can't budget for severances, right? Severances are going to be an unbudgeted expense.
Thank you.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, I just want to speak to a tension that I'm feeling because there's certainly some troubling things here. I'm struggling with this because I would have liked to have some time to look at some of these things myself. And I guess through the mayor to Kim, I'm just wondering when this presentation was started to be worked on and prepared for.
I worked all day Saturday.
Gotcha.
Yeah, till 6 o'clock on Saturday night.
Thank you. Just a follow-up comment.
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling because I'm wrestling with where to go with this because it's a bit about last minute. And there are some troubling things that are in here and we obviously have lots of questions. So I wouldn't mind have had HR as well. Or obviously there's some people that could have been involved, again, choosing words carefully, that may or may not be here at the time. So I just want to acknowledge attention that I'm feeling as we prepare to vote on this item.
Councillor Hanley?
Question for you is, within your existing budget, do you have funding to cover off a third-party investigation, or does that need to be addressed in whatever resolution we need?
As far as I know, we do not have the funding for this. If we're requesting additional funding for this third-party investigation.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you. As a follow-up to that, through the mayor, to Kim, do you have a dollar figure for that?
not at this point, but I can come to council with an estimate after we engage with a third-party expert.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, I agree with Councillor Dean. There's a lot of troubling information in here. But this is, again, as you pointed out, it's an irregularity, and it should be investigated by a third party. Somebody should come back to us, give us the answers to these questions. You know, based on what I've seen here, like, yeah, this is an emergent item. This should be investigated. So I think we should move forward with this. And then as the information comes back, then we'll make decisions, because there's lots of decisions that will need to be made here, but we can't make those decisions in the absence of information, right? So the first thing to do is get the correct information, right? By the experts and by a third party, by somebody who has no vested interest one way or the other.
Just a question. So do we look to get a provider with some budget today, or have her move forward with this and then come back to us with an expectation? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would say we set a limit to begin with, just a ballpark or whatever, you know, whether it's 50 or 100K to start, right? And if you need more or whatever as it involves and you get the scope, then come back and request, you know, additional funding. But I believe it's prudent that we move forward and start getting into these issues.
So you're looking, sorry, so you're looking to investigate these 6 items or 5 items.
We're looking for policy changes in the 2 of them. A third one is a policy change as well, but the first 2 we are looking to investigate. First off, how those 2 were done, and if there are further packages that were paid out that we're not aware of.
And this number 5 item about trying to create a coded system that ensures this kind of thing can't happen again, how long would it take to do that?
Oh, we can do that immediately. Yeah. So the next batch that goes out will always have the 3-party coded system in place.
Okay. Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Kim. Actually, my question's about point 5 on the investigations. If it was determined that the policy was not followed, payments were not, do we still need to make that change? Or is this just an improvement that we're making within our banking just to be more secure?
Correct. It's a stopgap so that this can never happen again. So that if there is some kind of large fund that goes out of the bank, we are checking it immediately with the 3, at least one person may catch it.
Councillor Dean?
Through the mayor to Kim, would it not be possible before we vote to amend the budget to spend money on this, that we could have a report from HR on what we did in-house anyway? Because wouldn't we have that information in-house without the investigator?
My research into it shows that we do need a third-party expert because there is missing information. So I don't think we can come to council with the information without going through somebody to investigate the details in a way that our team is not capable.
Okay. Councillor Hanley, would you have an idea as to, in regards to the funding for this, where that should be pulled from?
I was going to
Or ask?
say, you know, splitting it
Director
into
Kim?
two motions, the one that's requested, and then a second motion, which would probably read about funding to be drawn from the existing budget surplus or betterments. If insufficient funds are not available, up to 50K can be drawn from the restricted surplus accounts. And if that proves to be insufficient, return to council for a request to additional authorization.
Okay. Counselor Dean?
I have a question that's proven to this matter that I can't ask publicly. And I would like to make a motion to go in camera, but I can't add to the agenda on a special meeting. And so I'm not sure how to handle this, but I do have a question that is prudent to this matter that I would like to make a motion for us to go in camera on. So to let, I guess through the mayor to lead services, is that possible?
You think you can make an amendment to the agenda?
I think so.
But it's a special rule.
Just that being unanimous.
Okay.
Again, good morning. It is possible. You're talking about something here that you want, that could be sensitive. So you can make a motion to go in camera to have this conversation in camera, and some of these maybe questions be answered that you might have, and then come back and continue the conversation.
Counselor Dean?
So then from that, I would like to make a motion to go in camera, please.
Okay. All in favor? Carried?
Just one other clarification, council.
Yeah, the section of FOIP needs to be identified.
Still, yeah. It would be under 17 personnel, I believe.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. If I can get a motion to come out of in camera. Counselor Funk,
I make a motion that we come out of camera at this time.
all in favor? Carried. With that, we have two motions, I believe, coming out of in camera. Counselor Hanley?
That,
Just one second.
Just a sorry. It's okay, take your time. Technology is technology.
Bandwidth, the bandwidth.
So. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. If I can get a motion to come out of in camera? Counselor Funk,
I make a motion that we come out of in camera at this time.
all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Coming out of in camera, we have two motions to present. Counselor Hanley?
the council directs administration to hire third-party experts to assist in our investigations into the wrongfully paid out severance packages and report back to council.
Thank you. All in favor?
Sorry, comments?
Any comments? Counselor Dean?
Through the mayor to council, I wonder if we should change the word wrongfully. We have two that are paid out here, and are we making an assumption then based on going into an investigation? So I'm not suggesting, right? I just want to be careful that we're not biasing the investigation, so to speak, by saying wrongfully from the beginning. And so we've highlighted two situations. We know that they're there. Isn't the investigator going to come back and tell us whether it was wrong or not? So I would just like to make it friendly that we change that word wrongful.
Counselor Hanley?
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to restate the motion. The council directs administration to hire third-party experts to assist in our investigation into the irregularities related to severance packages distributed and report back to council.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilor Hanley.
Second motion, Counselor Hanley?
In relation to the last motion, that council authorizes administration to draw funding from existing budget betterments. If insufficient funds are not available, up to $50,000 can be taken from restricted surplus accounts. And if that proves to be insufficient, then return to council for additional authorizations.
Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you.
Moving forward with our next item of update, City Director Cam, are we able to do item number 2?
Here.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, we'll move forward with the walkway on East Side staff report. Morning, Carly.
I just want to make sure we had a presentation ready. Excellent, thank you. Good morning. This presentation goes through the director to the chair and all members of council. This is Trails Connectivity Project, or East Side Active Transportation Connections. Couple of names we can give it. Head William. So this was a project, I'm just going to give you a little bit of background on the history of the project. This was a capital project for 2019, 2021, and 2021. It followed the old policy and alignment and the master recreation plan. That's still our current one, and the master transportation plan. There was resident feedback that there was concern of the lack of pedestrian connectivity on the east side. So we went forward and hired some consultants, HDR at the time, Stephen Power, to look at that and take a thorough look through it through a transportation and planning perspective and come up with a report for us that was reflective of the transportation plan, but more towards active connectivity, which would be pedestrian and cyclists, et cetera, et cetera. So in 2020, we brought that presentation of the report forward to the prior council. Yeah, okay. And in 2022, of February of this year, I also presented to this council. Now I'm bringing, the project was canceled for 2022 capital projects. We did finish the wayfinding though, just so everybody's clear. And that was completed, and we're now just doing some tweaks on the final spots, but that was the only direction that I was provided for this year. Next slide, please. So again, in 2021, another thing that was completed was we did do some construction drawings for the Lakeview Rise and East Lakeview Road. And in 2022, like I mentioned, the wayfinding was installed, and we had developed the public engagement plans, but they did not commence as the project was canceled. Just to bring you guys back up to speed, there was the point of the report mainly was missing links in the city. The east side was definitely a higher priority as there were larger links missed, but eventually the main point is to make sort of a late loop and make sure that people can get thoroughly around the city. If you notice, the major one is in the middle here on the east side. Again, this is a report that we had completed and I brought forward before. It's entitled the East Side Active Transportation Connections. I believe it is on the website for everybody to review. If not, I can make sure that is today. And I can provide it to council again as well. So proposed for phase 1 of this scope, we would like to bring forward each section. So if you notice on the map here, the letters are more intersections where we just need to get the crosswalks and the connectivity to each main drag, I guess you could call it, for the intersections, excuse me. And then the numbers are the long drags. So the proposal for this phase would be section 2, intersection D, section 3, intersection E, section 5 and 6, and intersection F. Each intersection we would just do a portion of it, as you can see going forward after, just because where it leads to and everything, we'd have to do a further design. But when this was completed, we did also get in 2019 the consultant provided some very high-level costing. So based off this costing that was done in 2019, we have provided a general budget for this. Again, this was in 2019, so that was pre-COVID, a little bit of inflation. There has been some different pricing since then on a few projects that we have gone forward with this for costing. So I assume that there will be a little bit of an increase on these. If not, I would still like to go forward and get some further costing through RFP. More recent costing. Next slide, please. So just to bring you up to date on each little section, the section 2 was East Chestermere Drive. There have been 3 options provided there. Recommendation was for option number 1, and that's what was priced out. We can go further with this through council or through public engagement to see which one works the best if it proceeds through. But recommendation from administration is option 1 and through the report. Next slide, please. Which brings us to intersection D. So the cross section or the crosswalks that we would need to be completed would be the north one and then the west one that would come down to the next corner. Last time we were brought this forward to council, we had discussed possibly investigating that corner into a safer recommendation. Each one of these, as you can see, is kind of a high-level planning document. We would like to bring it to construction drawings, even for this corner, to make sure that we have a thorough safety and a thorough investigation of what we're actually implementing here. So I would, some of the areas you could definitely just add in a crosswalk, no problem, but this would be a corner that I would recommend getting an engineer just to confirm on. Next slide, please. So, yeah, There we go, thank you. So again, East Chesterfield Drive, so section number 3 here. This is another one that we brought forward that we talked about where we would need to go to public engagement. The design recommended by the consultant was to close off one side of the street for parking and then add a 2-meter walkway with a line painting on the opposite side. The feedback I received was to get public engagement mainly on the not for parking areas, just to ensure that everybody was aware and we could go forward with that information to bring back to council before construction. There also would be Cheryl's on there, which would be just its markings on the road that would state the I guess the information there to say that this is a walking lane only. We would also put out public engagement or public education rather to make sure that everybody is aware of how to use these, including what Cheryl's are, so I can explain them a little bit better. And also we would make sure that people knew where to put their bins on bin day and that kind of stuff. So there would be a whole communications team behind this that would get forward to make sure everybody was aware. Next slide, please. And then continuing down to E, we would bring forward that crosswalk on the west side there, just to the Triangle Park. We would utilize the existing pathway through there to continue as it is now. This is one intersection that would be highly recommended to install as well. We did get construction details on this one because it was over a culvert and a little bit difficult of an area. So I do have some updated costing on that, which was closer to about 80,000. And again, we would have to go forward just because of the way the culvert is and everything there. But that one would then continue down south on either side of East Lakeview Road and East Chestnut Boulevard. Next slide, please. And East Lakeview Road and East Chestnut Drive, sorry, not Boulevard. So again, here is where you would see one side of the street would be closed off to parking with signs, and then the walkway would be painted with a 2-meter space on the inside. This is an example here where you could cut across to get further off the street and into the long lineal parkway there that has the MR. We have completed the pathway through Colton Court. I believe that was done in 2021, and we are further going to bring it to the actual MR there between the two homes. We're just waiting for the construction to be completed so the grading slips are done, so we make sure we don't have to do the pathway twice. That should be done likely next year based on the progression of the house. If they are complete this year, though, we are ready to go. Next slide, please. And then down finally to Sandpiper Lane, which would be the end of phase 1. We would not, where the red line is, we would not necessarily put anything on the north side. I don't feel it is needed at this time. We would likely put that as no parking. There is actually existing lanes on the south there that is considered, it's called a bike lane or a walking lane, but there's no line painting or there needs to be some upgrades to make that safer than it is right now. And then also the crosswalk to ensure that that pathway is there. If you look a little north on this, we could definitely do a crosswalk beforehand and not have to bring that pathway all the way down if we wanted to utilize the existing path in front of the school there as well too. We could definitely look at some further use of the pathway and cost savings through the final designs. Next slide, please. So again, the public engagement and parking zones, that's basically what I would want to put out for the public engagement, is to ensure that they're aware of which side would be put for the walkway and which side would be put for the no parking. This would be an example of one that would bring forward, but we could definitely, we have a whole plan that I can share with you beforehand if this proceeds. Other targeted areas, we, like I said, would be finalized on final budget and scope. I don't believe that there's too much information other than the parking that we would need to be for public engagement and the education, but we are open to put anything else in there. Next slide, please. Here's an example of the construction drawings that we had on the corner. I believe that there would be a few sections that I would like to, like I said, ensure that this is brought forward to further before an RFP, just to get clear apples to apples pricing. Or we can do that ahead of time right now for an overall information for an updated budget. And next slide, please. That's it. Questions for anyone?
Lots of information. From what I read, just on the parking, so we're suggesting that a walk lane be put on one side of the street, for example, and then no parking on that side, I presume.
Yes.
But also restricting the parking on the other side of the street?
Sorry, no, you're right. Just on the one side, but putting it onto the other side. So people can park on one side of the street,
Right.
but not on where it is. You're right.
Because it does say on some of the slides, both sides, no parking.
Yes, it would just be for where there's specific areas where you would be like turning or a crosswalk.
Okay,
That's pretty much
okay.
it. This one is very, like I said, very high level. I would like to be more detailed on where the signs
Okay.
are laid out and exactly how many meters exactly we have in the road for people to park and exactly how many meters away we can put. It says 2, but I mean, each road area is kind of specific to itself. So I'd like to make sure that our engineer can give us further direction on each area.
On the cut corner, or on the corner of East Merganser and East Chestermere Drive, that dangerous corner,
Yeah.
has there been any conversation with the resident in regards
No,
to?
not yet, just because the project was canceled. So we didn't
Okay.
really have any direction to go forward with it. So we had left it there for now.
So I'm wondering, one, if ever we have plans for straightening that road, East Chestermere Drive, to not have that stop sign.
Okay.
And then second, in the meantime, if we should consider talking to the resident about cutting the trees in that corner so that people can actually see each other coming at each other.
Yeah, I believe that our arborists have been out there a couple times to do so, but we can definitely look at that
Yeah.
for a further,
Okay.
larger cut. I know they definitely do it for the sign visibility and sightline visibility, but maybe we need to do it further. I'll put that into operations.
One of the things that I wanted to bring forward is that I've heard from residents that primarily the discussion points are around East Chestermere Drive south of Merganser, because there is a walkway on East Chestermere Drive north of Merganser. And so East Chestermere Drive south, there's no walkways, which is dangerous because there's also less streetlights too. As residents had at the time, I believe, wanted a darker area to see the stars, I guess, less light pollution, which is even more dangerous for people walking that aren't wearing reflective gear and all that, which I'm sure happens a lot. And then second was was on East Lakeview Road, up to south of Merganser again, south of East Merganser, down to either down to Camp Chestermere or down to the first where the school is, and they can cut across to the pathway that's on the school lands
Yeah,
that continues to head south.
yeah.
So we just want to, my thoughts are we want to create some walkways that are for people to be able to walk where there is none.
Exactly, yeah. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we could cross there or we could still continue that all the way down.
Yeah,
Both. It
and
would just be a
both
cost
is available.
savings type thing.
The only thing I wondered is that, is there adequate parking for the people that play soccer? If you take out that that parking lane,
We would have, that's one thing I'd have to investigate further, because again, this is really high level. I
Yeah.
want to make sure that we have all those details figured out before we went forward with it.
so I'm sure it's challenging already, never mind if we
For
take out
sure,
all the
for
parking. But definitely there's a pathway that's off of the street there, 15 feet or 10 feet off of the pathway, so
Yeah.
off the roadway. So I think that,
Yeah, just across the ditch.
yeah, would be reasonably adequate. Councillor, are there any other questions? Councillor Funk?
I may have missed it in the presentation, but I apologize if I did. So when we're putting pedestrian lanes on a roadway, typically they're off and they're either a ways off or there's a curb for a sidewalk. Is there any way to add any safety function to that, like rope strips or something occasionally?
Absolutely. They have provided in this document a few options there that we could investigate and get further information on based on the feedback from you or public engagement or the engineer. There was rumble strips. There was also like bullards, those
Yeah.
bullards. So that was one of the things that was recommended around that new intersection that I was showing that had the construction drawings, just because it was going right into the roadway just at one section. So there was actually going to be some like like candlestick cones type thing,
Yeah,
actually into the roadway.
Yeah, at the intersection, yeah, there was then.
Exactly.
I'm just wondering, like on East Chestermere Boulevard,
Yep.
because if you're only on one side, you will be walking with your back to traffic,
Yeah.
depending on which way you're going. But
Absolutely.
so it would be good if there was something for drivers to.
Yeah, we could definitely.
I'm not sure how that could be incorporated, because I know that'll create some issues with maintenance and stuff, road work and stuff, so you don't want anything that's too permanent
Oh, yeah.
that they have to work around,
For sure.
right? So
For sure.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, we can definitely investigate that into the construction details, depending on what the direction is to go forward on which phases. I would like to bring that forward to the public engagement as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess I have a number of questions and comments. Like this improves walkability on the east side, and pedestrian safety. There's a lot of poor lighting issues there. The west side has the pathway along West Chestermere Drive Boulevard. And this is an issue that, basically plagues the people on the east side of the lake. I guess in the priorities, for capital priorities, it was deferred off. But now we do know we have room in our capital plan. And if the project, if I understand this correctly, you could basically split the project into two pieces. The parking piece, which requires public engagement, right, to get the feedback for that. And then all of the other walkways and pedestrian crossings that you put, which you don't require feedback.
Yep.
So I'm, of the mind of, because we have the room and the availability of capital, is to reinstate this into two phases. The one phase is to authorize you to do all of the other pedestrian walkways and crosswalks, and begin the engagement of the public on the parking issues. And then as we come back and approve that piece as a separate item.
Absolutely, we could do that if the direction was to continue, for sure.
Any other questions, comments, Councillor? Councillor Focht?
Through the mayor to the presenter. The police, if you're going to hire a consultant to do this, the police have been involved in the consultation also, correct? Their bylaw?
Yes, I have circulated the document. Again, at a high level. When we go forward to construction drawings, I also would do an internal circulation along with the public engagement. We have a stakeholder register. I can share that with you as well. It's
Okay.
all on the list.
Thank you.
But there is a circulation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and it is, I see it's obviously been on the docket since 2020 and likely before, but it is very dangerous for people that are walking to not only not be against the curb, to actually go out when there's a parked car and be in the middle of the road. People are definitely not expecting that in a dark area. So this is pretty crucial. So are you asking us today to agree to proceed to the next steps? Or are you asking us today to agree to something specifically to proceed with?
I was told to bring this forward for information today, but I can follow up with the directions of that. I'm happy to go forward, especially like you said, with public engagement and with the crosswalks right immediately. We will be ready to go forward.
Awesome.
Okay.
So I could change that into a request
Okay.
for decision if you like.
Councillor, any other questions? Councillor Funk?
No, I think
None?
missed it.
Okay.
I think Councillor Hanley's about
Councillor
that
Hanley?
motion. I wanted.
If I recall correctly in the presentation, you quoted a number of 320, which would get finalized after the RFP, because that is a few years old. Was that the total value of all projects, including the parking, or is it?
No, because the parking was technically just signage, right, to say
Yeah.
which sides would go on. Do you mind if just going back a couple slides?
I believe it included north of East Braganza too,
Yeah.
in that budget.
Again, which ones I was referring to, I apologize.
which is probably $100,000.
Yeah, so again, it's up to about 300, and I was requesting around 4, just based on my general.
Yeah.
Keep going, please. Sorry. There we go. So I was saying 317 was all the 2D3, excuse me, excuse me, I'm sorry, 2D3E, 5, 6, and F. was about the 317, and again, like you mentioned. So I was just rounding it up to maybe 4 I would ask for, but I would prefer to go to RFP or RFI to get you clearer information on what the new scope would be. If we're going forward for phase 1, likely the 400 would be more than sufficient for the crosswalks, and we could get the public engagement and the better pricing for the 2023 budget for phase 2. And then I could have a clearer determination for you for that. So you know what the 2023 budget is for the actual walkways.
Okay, Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I would, thank you through the mayor to the presenter to council. I would certainly support the crosswalks as a right-of-way type of thing, and the public engagement for the parking. I would also ask that as part of the public engagement that we intentionally be very intentional about speaking with Yacht Club, anybody involved with Chester Minor Soccer, because we have a couple of different associations in the city that do that. So kind of whoever uses the soccer fields there, as well as Camp Chestermere, to find out about the parking times. The reason being that perhaps there are peak times where, say in front of the Yacht Club, where they could use more parking than other times, and perhaps the signage could reflect things like that in those areas. So I would just ask that public engagement as per usual, with then an intentional reaching out to at least those 3 organizations.
Absolutely. So what our engagement plan was prior to this was the areas that we were specifically going to go forward with. We had door knockers, and we were going to put out like the road signs to direct people to register for an in-person meeting. So we would actually have like an open house, but a registered open house, so you'd only have the specific stakeholders required there. And then also have a general survey online as well.
Awesome.
But we would like to target for sure the residents, like you said, and then also we had a whole list of stakeholders, but those were definitely on there as well.
Okay.
Anybody impacted around that area for parking.
Thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Just for clarity, I'm just trying to understand a little bit. I know this doesn't give us a scope here, but number 2 is $36,000, which seems quite long in comparison to number 6. Is there more involved in number 6? Is that like, are you doing 2 pathways, or is that just East Lakeview Drive?
I'd have to double check through it if we want to go through. I think I had maybe number 6 on there, if you don't mind passing through. Just a couple slides, sorry. Thank you very much. If I had this. Yeah, oh, up one more. Solutions.
I think it's just painting we're talking about.
No, they might have included Colton Court in it at that time. We did
Oh, I see.
that since then, but
Okay.
that might have been included. That might be where the pricing would be increased, because we do want to create that connection between the two.
Which is paving, asphalt.
Yeah, and it's already completed that section. Well, one part of it, part A. We're like I was saying, we're going from East Lakeview Road into that back pathway that's between the houses. That's still not completed, but the crosswalk, everything's ready to go as soon as.
Was that ever, you may not know, but was that ever an offsite levy item for that developer there to put that pathway in?
No, it wasn't. I believe it was just one resident. So.
Okay.
There's an easement that we found, but I didn't see anything close to that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Um,
Okay, it sounds like we're prepared to move forward with a motion on the crosswalks. Is that correct?
And public engagement, if I just want to make
And then the public engagement, yeah. So that'll be 2 motions. I can get a motion to ask staff to proceed with the installation of crosswalks in these areas, South Merganser and South Merganser. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was just going to request that perhaps we can have Carly and Ledge Services help us draft the motions, because I think we need 2 motions here.
Sure. I'll refer to you guys to make sure that this is clear.
Is it accurate to say crosswalks on East Merganser and south of East Merganser in your presentation, or?
Yeah, well, I can just say the intersections proposed even, so it would be the letters ones. If you want to go back, sorry, I'll just double check to make sure I understand.
In the intersections of East Merganser and south?
If you just don't mind going back all the way up to that one with the budgets, and then I can just confirm. So I had proposed 3 intersections there, D, E, and F, which is Merganser Drive crossings, the ones that are on Township Road, which is the, as you can say, the E there, Lakeview Drive, and then the Sandpiper one, to upgrade those ones, just so that they all connect. the next ones, would we still be,
So D, E, and F, okay, that's what we'll do for our presentation, our motion, sorry.
okay.
Is it correct to say that a motion to staff that would allow them to proceed with crosswalks at sections D, E, and F in your presentation?
Yes, I would believe so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Funk?
Did we also want a third one to authorize them to go to RFP?
With
On the-
public
on the-
engagement.
That's the public engagement one.
No, they could do a concurrent RFP.
I can still do that for the 2023 budget if you'd like, because we would just put in a clause in there that would say this is for future budgets to be approved, and we can still get information. We've been doing that right now for any other projects that we can bring forward
Yeah.
for future, so we can still kind of do that without necessarily doing that, or an RFI. We kind
Yeah.
of do that all the time.
Sounds
I
good.
don't know if we necessarily need a motion, but just to let you know, I can do that for you.
Would that require a motion, Jerry?
Okay.
Just be good if we do that in conjunction.
You want to do the motion for the crosswalks? Or I can do it.
I'll state what I've written down.
Hey,
It's
Councillor Henley?
not a motion, but just as a preamble, that council authorizes administration to commence the pedestrian walkways and crosswalks covered in sections D, E, and F of the presentation. Funds to be allocated from special council, or reallocated from special council projects, capital budget projects. Anyway, I believe we said 6A. And another motion would be that council authorizes administration to begin the public engagement process in relationship to the east side no parking recommendation and the creation of a pedestrian walkway. Funding also to be provided from capital budget item 6A. And somehow we have to work in with specific concern in relationship to the yacht club, as opposed to they are on resident. Right?
Yeah, I've got the yacht club, minor soccer, the residents, Jason and Camp Chestermere.
And special interest groups? Special interest
Yeah.
organizations?
I can say all stakeholders.
If we could just start with the first motion. Can we read that again?
Okay, that council authorizes administration to commence the pedestrian walkway and crosswalks project covered in sections D, E, and F of the presentation. Capital funding to be drawn from the capital budget item 6A in council special priorities.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Legislative Jerry?
Thank you, Council. Just for clarification for the public, within that motion, just when we're capturing it and putting it in the minutes, can the legislative services just take from your D, E, and F, I know what your motion is, and just put McGanzer Drive as well as Township 240, what is that, 241A, and then Sandpiper Lanes, we just put that in instead. We know what you're saying, but I just want to put it in for clarification for the public, if that's okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Certainly. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. If you can proceed with your second motion, Councillor Hanley.
That council authorizes administration to begin the public engagement process in relationship to the east side no parking recommendations and the creation of a pedestrian walkway with special attention to the yacht club and any other special interest groups in addition to the public. And funding for this would also be provided from the existing capital budget, item 6A of council special priorities.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carly. Okay. Moving on to the staff reports for information. Our first item to discuss, number one, is golf balls leaving the golf course. Do we know who's presenting this today? Do you know who's presenting this today?
I'm sorry.
Should we recess altogether? I could just use a recess.
Councillor Funk?
I recommend while they're figuring that out, I see Jordan's in the audience. We could probably move on to the update on the school side, I assume.
Sure. All right, we'll proceed, move forward with the number 3, which is the update on the school site, if Jordan is able to present. Morning, Jordan.
Everyone?
Morning, Council. Yeah, just a brief verbal update just to let Council know that we do have the application in to subdivide the high school site. So we'll move pretty quick. We can get that to conditional approval because it does align with the plan. Then we just need to start working on issues with acquiring the remaining land that's needed from Anthem United. Because they own the final 6.92 acres that would be required to complete a 15-acre site for the school. And so I think throughout August, we're going to look at maybe combining a bit of there's a couple of steering committees that were set up, one on the recreation side, high school side, and then even on the off-leash park side, and maybe try and integrate that a bit so that we can really look comprehensively at the 35 acres that have been planned, 28 acres, which should be coming into the city's hands once we work through the development agreement. So that, and just figure out the best way, shape, or form of the school site and associated recreation facilities. So yeah, just a brief update, and but happy to answer any questions that you have about it.
You mentioned that the application for subdivision has now come in for the school site. Is the application for subdivision come in for the civic site?
So that's been conditionally approved already.
Okay.
So yeah, we did have that
Okay,
one.
awesome.
We're just working on, we do have a lot of negotiations in terms of development agreements, in terms of providing servicing, and also creating a north-south road, so off of Merganser Drive West.
Excellent.
And, so that's looking at, probably some inclusion in off-site levy funds for last year, or for next year, to ensure that we get payback for that, and then, but also working on front-ending agreements to get that road built sooner than later. And then, we also actually do have a conversation coming up with the Rocky View School Board on Thursday, just to talk about some of their requirements, where we're at and what they're seeing and what's a priority for them, and look into, just some of what they're hearing from their end. And that would be sort of a precursor, I believe, to an October meeting, which is kind of that general meeting the school boards have with the various councils to kind of look at priorities for the upcoming year.
Excellent. Awesome. Any comments or questions, Council? That's great. Thank you for the quick update.
All right, thank you
you.
very much.
If I can get a motion to accept that presentation for information. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that we accept the update on the school site as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Great. Fantastic. At this time, we'll table, or I'll push off, if we have enough time today, to look at item number E2, which is the action list. Are we prepared to have a quick discussion on golf balls? Some of the concerns there?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm going to try my best.
Okay.
So this item came to administration via some complaints of residents, some golf balls leaving the golf course and hitting some cars on the one side and almost hitting some residents as they were walking down the road. So I believe they wanted us just to bring this to council for conversation and more information on what we can do. Legislative Services has looked into it. There is no bylaw that can keep or we can do anything right now. So we've looked into that. So I think, I guess we brought it here because they wanted it to come in front of council for conversations.
Okay.
So we're looking, I guess, for some type of direction, but I guess it was more of information to council that there's a concern from the residents saying, golf ball leaving, can we put up netting of some sort, or what might that happen, or can we get the golf course to do something? So it was just more of a conversation piece.
And they're likely specifically talking about netting most of the way or part way down Westchester Boulevard, Westchester Drive,
That's correct, yes.
and then possibly parts of Merganser.
Correct.
Sorry, Councillor Mel? Councillor Folk?
There is also the other, adjoining, property of the CRCA. They're on their ball diamonds down there. The ball players are having to, dodge golf balls continually with a traffic baseball. And that needs to be, about 4 years ago, he was approached, to put up netting there, but that still hasn't happened. But if you look through the golf course, I forget what they call it, policy and stuff like that. The golf course policy in Alberta, I believe, is golf courses are responsible for guarding against golf balls going astray, but providing netting or whatever. And so there is policy out there, if you look for it.
And thank you for that, and we will start looking at it. Like I said, this was fairly new, it was just put on the docket just for information. And I can assure you that administration has done just briefly within our own organization, see if there's anything we haven't expanded outside the organization. So we will look for those policies and bring them back.
Yeah, I remember, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. Would it be fair to say, Jerry, that, like for a public hearing, just putting it on the table is, by bringing it to our attention, or we were basically looking for council to direct administration to, review the regulations, the bylaws in other communities of how do they protect their residents and their community from stray golf balls on the courses, and how is that enforced in other communities, and then report back to council. So at least the issue gets explored. We understand the regulations, the laws that are in place, and what other municipalities do to protect their residents.
And thank you, Councilor Hanley. That's a great suggestion that administration could start looking at in August. I also think, this conversation of bringing it to light might put the golf course a little bit, on notice as well. Myself, just to kind of bring it publicly to council.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Folk?
I would like to follow up on Councillor Hanley's comments. I do know that Strathmore, but also Glen Eagles out at Cochrane, on that course out there, there's all kinds of signs out there stating on the golf course that you as a golfer are responsible for where your ball goes, and you're responsible for all damage. And so there's a couple places you can look.
Thank you. Okay, I guess if we're looking for a motion on this, is for staff to investigate this item and determine if we have any policy or policies of other, and bring back to council.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I think Councilor Hanley had a great motion.
Okay. Councilor Hanley, give a motion.
Okay, I'll just take a stab at it. That council directs administration to review existing regulation and other municipalities' possible bylaws and enforcement techniques involving golf balls leaving the golf course in your municipality to ensure public safety and report back to council.
Thank you. Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering in our next steps if we can jump forward and look at moving into items G1, which is Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Has a new business item. Now, this is something that was brought forward by some residents that were looking at whether or not council would be interested in creating this kind of committee, and I wanted to bring this forward as thought it was something that would be a good idea, or council at least to consider a discussion around. I think there's terms of reference and whatnot that could be developed, but I wanted to have a general discussion with council as to their thoughts in regards to this idea of a committee such that would focus specifically on diversity and inclusion. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Through the mayor to all council, how is this different than the WIC committee? Because we already have a committee that does all this work, and they've been doing phenomenal work. They meet on a monthly basis. Councillor Narayan is the council member that sits on that, as appointed by council. I'm on that committee. My role is Camp Chestermere. There are many community members that are involved in this, many community leaders that are involved in this. There's a staff member from the city who's assigned to this committee. So I'm just wondering how this committee would be different than the Welcoming and Inclusion Committee that already exists.
I guess that's a great question. Do you find that what do you find your mandate is, I guess, in that committee?
Yeah, so I thank you. Through the mayor to the council, the mandate has been to look at expanding ways for welcoming and inclusion of all people within the city of Chestermere. And so some projects that have been done included a mask project that involved Camp Chestermere. It involved the Rotary Club. It involved WIC, and there was another, sorry, I'm forgetting the other one that was, a Synergy was involved, where we handed out masks and clips through the South Asian Youth Community Organization. We handed out masks and clips to people who wear hijabs or turbans because with having something over your ears, they were unable to wear a mask properly, so to speak. And so we worked with that committee, and there was 4 different community organizations involved that did that. There have been that committee has brought forward to council at times declarations to be read at city council, celebrating different things when it comes to diversity and inclusion. They have looked at city policy. They have recommended changes to city policy. Yeah, there's a lot of really good work that has been happening in that committee. Yeah, I'm not sure if that totally answers your question.
Any other comments, Councillor Hanlon?
I concur with what Councillor Dean is saying, but it also highlights another issue that I just wrote down. Like as far as the WIC committee having met and done that on a regular basis, and this came up recently with the police communications committee. We as council have not seen any minutes of any of the committees except for the HSAB committee, right? And, that is an issue to me for the sake of transparency to the rest of council and to the public. The public should be receiving these in the agendas. It should be part of the correspondence, right? And, perhaps we need to go back and say, hey, what are all of the outstanding minutes from the various committees that have not been submitted or not been presented to council, and create an information package, because I believe the residents want to know what these committees are doing, what they're discussing, what the issues are. We as a council as a whole are, we're not aware of many of the issues that are being discussed at these committees, right? And people have an expectation that we are. So I think that's an area that I think we need to address as a group.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you. To speak to that just for a moment, if I may, there's also been, I would say, with this committee in particular, with WIC in particular, the staff member that was assigned has been on leave for a bit of an extended amount of time. And so that creates a bit of a, how does that information flow back? I certainly don't disagree with your sentiment about those reports back. And I would love to see us create a schedule where with the committees that we have, maybe once per month, our committee is presenting. So for example, because I don't think we want to do them all in 1 month or all in one meeting, because meetings are long enough as they are. I certainly agree with your sentiment. I would say with this particular committee, that has something that has happened, and somebody else within our committee has done a really good job of actually stepping up to make sure that committee is now on a bit of a break over the summer. But that committee met, the last time they met was in June. There's also been a local investment partnership, LIP committee, that was created that involves lots of community members as well. And that's through the Calgary Immigration Society. They have been doing a lot of really good work, and so if council is interested in the absence of this person on leave, I'm sure Councillor Ryan, as the official council member assigned to that, I believe at the time we said I could be the backup, but I sit on it in my other role. So between the two of us, and I would be more than happy if the council would like a presentation, I could cross the table, so to speak, wear my other hat, and not be a council member for 5 minutes, if you will, and do a presentation and/or get somebody from that committee to come and do a presentation for that committee. That committee's been doing phenomenal work in our community.
On that note, have we established how many times committees should come to council annually to give us kind of an update? Councillor Dean?
I thought it was in each committee's TOR. I thought it was.
Yeah.
It may not be. I do also know that when we discussed these committees, this was when we were first establishing, like when we were all assigning ourselves, that we had talked about that idea of like how many committees are doing yearly, how many are doing 6 months, and at that time we had talked about that. So I think it would be good at a future council meeting to reestablish that. And go through, perhaps we could direct administration, exactly what Councillor Hanley is saying, to come back with a presentation for council as to when we do that, but then schedule them. Right, and so we will know our schedule for the rest of 2022, 2023, barring any added meetings, so to speak, and then we could just schedule those committees at a given time, and then that committee would have plenty of notice to prepare for presentation for council.
So we're asking if staff should determine if certain committees should present quarterly or semi-annually?
I apologize. I think I wasn't clear on that. That's on me. I would say that they look at the TORs,
Yep.
figure out what the TOR says already, and if it's not stated, then work with either the committee or through council to determine when they should be, would be part one. So review the TORs, and then part two, based on that, assign those committees for presentation over the next year to council.
It'd be nice to have some of these determine if they should come back to council more often. Like the subdivision appeal committee, for example, we may wish to know what's kind of happening on a quarterly basis as opposed to semi-annually or annually, whereas other committees that might be plenty. Councillor Dean again?
Yeah, I think that's what I fully concur. That's why I think look at the TORs, and then if they have a recommendation, or even if they come back with a presentation on all of them, then you or any member of council may notice that, hey, you know what, I would like to hear from that one on a more frequent basis.
Yeah. Councillor Watt?
Through the chair, I sit on the Police Communications Committee, and it was one of our discussion topics. Just this past Thursday, we had our meeting in regards to how often meeting minutes should be coming to council. But it was discussed that monthly meeting minutes might bombard council. So the terms of reference still have to be checked over, but I know that a report is coming semi-annually. So there should be something coming from the Police Communications Committee here in September with our meeting minutes. But I think it's a good point of discussion, how often meeting minutes need to be coming to council, or whether it's a realistic expectation that monthly is feasible, or if it's something along the lines of semi-annually or even quarterly.
Yeah, for each committee. Councillor Funk?
Currently, bylaw 003-20, section 9, outlines the requirements for reporting back to council. So the minutes are supposed to be provided back to Ledge Services within 1 week of the approval, so which would be about a month and a bit after each meeting. So, but they're supposed to be provided, and then they can be provided to us just as information. But also it states committees are encouraged to provide council with an annual summation committee activity by December of the current calendar year. So it does state that there is supposed to be an annual update where we may want to update that.
Sounds noted. Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is we really sort of have two issues, is there's a backlog, and then there's a going forward point of view. So when we make a recommendation to administration to review that, to address both those issues. And I was also going to introduce, seeing Joanne in the audience, is there are other coalitions, there's other groups in the community that do worthwhile work for the community and raise the issues. And that we also reach out to those groups. And if they would like to share their minutes in the process, that will help with public transparency and make the public aware of all of the various good things that these groups, the activities, and committees are actually achieving. Right? And I think it will also help with the membership and help with various points of views being directed back to the appropriate places.
That's a great idea. Councillor Foat?
I have to the mayor, to the council. I look at this as another direction. When I was first elected, it was my responsibility to bring that information from the meeting that we had as a councillor. I was responsible for bringing a monthly report back to sent back to council to be reviewed by council, and it was always put in your package, and that was put in the council package, and that way you could do the reading up on it, and if you had any questions from that committee when you came through it, you answered those questions. So I'm just wondering, why make it simpler for us? Why are we not, the councillors, bringing back a committee report? That's what we are to be doing here.
Councillor Mel, were you doing a live update monthly to council, or was it just in writing?
The mayor at the time would ask if there was any reporting or thing that would go on. At that time, the previous mayor decided that he didn't want to do monthly reports. I think that's how it was, but anyway, that totally went away. And so as far as providing transparency to the general public, I think that's when it started. People wondering, what's going on? But I think that's in our council package. I think it states there, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gaudreau, but I think we are to be doing that.
Again, good morning, Mayor and Council. There's two questions that I've actually heard, or two comments that come through. One is what Deputy Mayor is basically stating is that any council that sits on any committee should actually be bringing a council report to council, just with a live update, a quick snapshot of what that is. Currently, there has been nothing on the agendas where it says council reports. We're working on something to put that back onto the agenda, where council then, if you're at a committee meeting, you just come here and give you a quick snapshot. The other one that I've heard from Councillor Hanley is from other groups that maybe council do not sit on, that maybe currently the public would like to see, something coming forward. So we could probably develop something like that where they want to maybe put their minutes in for information for council to bring things to the public light. So those are the two that I kind of heard that just sitting listening to your conversation. One would be council reports, and another one would be bring other public documents for minutes that council do not sit on.
Councillor Foat?
To the mayor, to Mr. Gaudreau, you're absolutely right. That's if there was anything that was very emergent that used to come before council, that was always referred to in the council meeting, or the mayor was informed what was going on, type thing. And so they handled it however it be. But I think it would be an enhancement to our council if we would just have a brief update of the committees that we are, or if you have a report that's going to come in, my report will be coming in forward or something like that. That's how it used to be done.
And the other thing I think I heard too is that, and I probably still encourage that any group that council sits on, that the meeting minutes do come, as per our bylaw, to Ledge Services, then we can place that on the agenda, where it now becomes, public for transparency as well. And, council can just receive that for information. So then it gets uploaded to the system as well. So I guess it was three questions I actually heard.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to get the meeting minutes as indicated to Ledge and then included it as for information. And then to get a monthly report from councillors as to what how the committee's status is for the month.
I agree.
Was there a third item in regards to that discussion? There's those 2 points, but are we council, is there any more to say in regards to the comparison, I guess, of what was brought to our attention by some residents of a diversity inclusion committee versus a WIC committee? Councillor Funk?
I think the concern raised by public that I saw was some of the groups within the city, or people groups within the city, weren't being properly or addressed, like during Gay Pride Month. There was a whole lot of information at the same time we were having Seniors Week or Seniors Month, I believe, at the same time. And there was a lot of information that committee. The Seniors Committee did a great job of really pushing a lot of information, a lot of activities and stuff. And there was concern that some of the other groups were not getting the same representation. That was the concerns I understood.
So for example, just talking about that, is that, Shannon, do you believe that the WIC committee would be responsible for organizing anything around, for example, Pride Month in our city?
Yes, thank you. To the mayor through council. I would say yes. There was some work done with that. And again, part of the challenge that committee has faced is is the staff member being on leave. And there has been, so yes, and some of that has happened. So it was actually part of the work of that committee is part of the reason why the sidewalk was painted out, the crosswalk, sorry, not the sidewalk, the crosswalk being painted out here and things like that is part of what that committee had done in previous years. Declarations that had been coming for Pride Month and things like that had come from that committee. And so again, I just think that the timing with this staff member, I'm not blaming the staff member at all. I just think that timing in relation to this concern is connected.
So for the committees that we do have and any special events that might happen throughout the year, are we looking for the committee to bring that forward to our communications department to ensure that the events that committee may be supporting, or not all committees support events, but the ones that do, is the process for them to come to our communications for any kind of communications assistance?
Thank you. I would say that this has been a ongoing discussion from not just committee work, but also from event providers in regards to how does comms of the city assist in the promotion of events and assist, whether that be through committees of council, whether that be through some of the incredible events that we saw this weekend, including Bulls on the Beach and including the boxing event that happened on Saturday night. So what is the formalized process of how that happens, I think has been an ongoing conversation, and how do we utilize things even like interagency for those things has been an ongoing conversation. We have tried, I have lost count of the number of different ways that we have tried to have a common calendar, a communications piece with all of that. So I would say it's a both and. So I'm not trying to dance around it. It's more of it is a committee piece as well, but it is also how do we do that on a consistent basis for all of the events that happen within our city. And I wonder if there is if things aren't completely clear to both our committees and to other event providers as to how they can provide that information to have it supported through comms. That's nobody's fault. I just wonder if we could do that better. Yeah.
Well, I know we are coming forward with our Chestermere Today website and variety of information or marketing information around that. And so it's a good opportunity for this discussion, is that we're going to have more opportunity to present and promote events. And so it'd be good to establish a method or if it's already established, I guess, enhance it as to how these committees and events and people in our small town are getting this in, how they're supposed to bring this information forward. And then for it to then be added to these pages or whatever media that we control to make sure that we assist with getting the information out. And so I think that would be maybe something that we would just ask staff to, I guess, look into and then come back to us with how they would recommend that this be promoted to the public, or as to how they are supposed to, and committees are supposed to access what we are creating. Councilor Dean?
And if I may, I would like to see intentionality around interagency being involved in that conversation, as well as a reach out to these different coalitions, because there are many within the city, as to just coming alongside and having that conversation with them as to how they think it could work in terms of that communication piece, and then working collaboratively to build that policy, I think would be phenomenal.
Do you believe that they would know all these divisions and groups to contact?
Who would
The staff?
through interagency, they would have a very strong idea.
Interagency?
Correct. Yeah, through interagency, they'd have a very good idea. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think that's a great third motion. So I guess in closing with our conversation around diversity and inclusion committee, from what I understand, you're saying is that the WIC committee intention and mandate is to include these types of
100%.
Events and promote them. And then part of the thing we want to enhance is, I guess, connectivity to that promotion tool that we're developing ourselves. Okay. That's a great starting point. Councillor Dean?
I would also suggest that, going back to Councillor Funk's point, if there are people that are looking for more involvement with that, that they can reach out to myself or Councillor Ryan or through the city, and then get to us, whatever the case may be with that, and we would be more than happy to find ways to have them get connected to the WIC committee. It would be an interesting aspect to have a WIC committee that's not including people, and that would certainly not be the mandate of WIC.
Yeah.
And so there is no shortage of work to be done, and I would say that committee is very open to having some more voices on it if people so choose.
So just on that topic, so can residents come to the WIC committee meeting that are not on the committee?
As I wouldn't see why not, because that one is a staff. It's actually a staff-led committee. And so I would not see why they would not be allowed to come. There's nothing in the terms of reference that would void that. I would suggest that then within that, part of way that maybe we could use the website or through comms is ensuring that committees, not just this one, maybe other committees as well, where people could be attending, that those committees just announce
Their time?
when they're their date and time and location of their meetings.
Mm-hmm. And make sure that we provide them a venue that can handle drop-ins,
Yes.
for some size. Okay, that's excellent. Councillor Funk?
I just a little aha moment, because as I was going through the bylaw, I did not see the WIC committee because it is a staff-led, it's not a council.
Correct.
Committee.
Okay.
So that's why that's why we're not getting minutes or anything like that, because it is a staff-led committee, not a council-led committee. So I'm sure the policy and procedures on that for reporting and stuff are completely different, potentially. I don't know.
Councillor Vogt?
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor? Under this WIC committee, do we know whether or not the the city director or the city, the person that was looking after the WIC committee, I know Joanne and then Cleopatra. Is she back now? She's not, so she's still off on leave. I'm going to expand on this a little bit. This WIC committee was actually established many years ago, and actually Councilor Ryan and myself have been involved, were involved in a roundtable discussion that we went to Edmonton about, and we're discussing all different types of inclusion and diversity and stuff like that. And so this was actually originally planned to be under the WIC committee. Now, what we were trying to do is trying to get more people involved, Councillor Dean, and a lot of people didn't want to be involved. But thank you to you and Councillor Ryan have stepped up and done that. But I think what we need to do is we need to, we're trying to inform people of what's going on. We need to go back to the marketing or whatever committee, and they need to, my suggestion is we need to get these digital signs up and move them into places that they need to, they'll be noticed. And there's your communications. It seems ridiculous if we're not going to use them. Why do we even have them in town? So I think that's council to make a decision on that. To create the interest, you put the meeting up on it if you want, and people are welcome or whatever. But you can actually get your public involved better that way. And we're doing a very poor job of marketing that right now.
Councillor Henley?
I was going to, this is not a motion, it's just a generic statement to see if it covers everything that everybody requires. Was going to suggest that council directs administration to review the terms of reporting and information flows of the city-led and other community-led committees and make recommendations to improve communication and disclosure of these committees' efforts to the general public and council.
Exactly.
Does that sort of open-ended enough to cover everything, but also defines it, what all the things that we're trying to do?
I think that defines the generalities of it, and then the specifics. I think another motion is specific action by councillors.
Yeah.
Is separate. And then as a third motion possibly is staff to look into event promotion, how to communicate that best to the interagency groups. Councillor Funk?
I'm wondering if we also want to review, I understand the community is doing great stuff and whatnot, but the difference between a staff-led committee and a council-mandated committee, is this something we want to pull under council? It's diversity and inclusion is a very big topic. It has far-stretching repercussions to people within our community. So I'm wondering if this shouldn't fall within council purview.
What is the mandate difference between a council committee versus a staff committee? Just that the staff member leads it, or?
I believe in its most basic definition, that would be it.
Yep.
Councillor Funk?
I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming the reporting is different as well, though.
And I guess the question is, are we suggesting that a council-led committee is we're believing that it to be more certain that it would occur, or like the change difference?
No, it's just that.
Do we have an opinion one way or another versus the staff versus the council committee? Councillor Dean?
I would suggest we recommend a lot of steps right now, and I don't know how many more we want to recommend.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if we should do this bit first and then continue down a process where we might be opening things up. And I would also, in whatever motion that we make, I want to be aware of how I word this, that any coalition that is not quote unquote city led sees council's intention as being collaborative and not oversight.
Correct.
Right? Because that, I think if coalitions see it as oversight, that could be problematic. Whereas if they see it as collaboration, then I think we have the potential to do some really cool things in our community. I have no idea how you put that in your motion.
Well, you did not bad.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's try and move forward then. With the first motion, we're looking at a motion in regards to monthly reporting by councillor in regard to the committees that they're involved in. Coming to council in well, I guess the minutes would come to council to ledge, which would be included for information, but then an update to council of the committee that the councillors are involved in. Councillor Dean?
In regards to that motion, though, I wonder if it's problematic because what if the committee doesn't meet monthly? So I wonder if the motion could be that council directs Ledge Services to explore a process for committee reporting on an ongoing basis from councillors who sit on committees. I could simplify that more, but that's right. Having Ledge Services come up with that process for us and then report that back to council.
Sure.
That's kind of what I believe
That's a great idea.
Mr. Gaudreau suggested a moment ago, I believe.
That's correct.
Thank you. So just for clarification, the bylaw basically already states about the minutes coming forward to Ledge Services. However, with council sitting on some board, again, that could just be done through council reporting, and it can be done either written or verbal. So if a councillor wants to put it in writing, they can send that to Ledge Services and give the report that way to council, and or they can give it verbal when time comes up when there is council reporting, if council chooses to go that way.
So you're suggesting monthly reporting if they meet during that month?
Well, just an example, maybe once a month you have council reporting where maybe we just don't have a quite full agenda if it actually happens. And council you could just ask council if they have anything to report. Councillor Dean might have not sat on any boards that particular month, and he might say there's nothing to report. And then other councillors might have other things to report during that month.
Councillor Funk?
The policy states or lays out agendas, recording of minutes for all council-led committees. That all meetings have to have minutes. They have to have an agenda they approved. They have to have or released prior. They have to have minutes taken. They have to be approved at the following meeting, and that the minutes are to be released to Ledge Services immediately or within a certain time frame
Within a week.
after approval. So that's all in the policy. I think we're just not following the policy currently.
And then adding an agenda item for council updates, council committee updates, committee council updates.
But that is covered within those because those minutes should be coming.
I think there's other things too that, just this past, we had Bulls on the Beach that council attended to. So that could have just been an update of what you've seen, what happened and things as well. So it could just be other events that you've actually taken place on or other meetings that you might have attended to. So, if you attended a CRCA meeting, for example, or Ag Board meeting that you weren't sitting on, there's other things that could be reported to the public as well.
See, there's a difference between councillor update and minutes. Because councillor updates can bring certain things to attention, whereas minutes just describe the meeting, right?
Yeah.
So there can be a significant difference or minor. Councillor Dean?
I would certainly say anything where on a once a month basis there is this idea of updates from council and an opportunity for any councillor to speak to anything because we we all tend to hear or be involved with, or that's a perfect example, right? Like Councillor Joe Hall-Watt and Councillor Hanley and I all had the opportunity to attend the boxing event, right? All of us had the opportunity to attend Bulls on the Beach, right? We all have different opportunities to attend different things based on our schedules. It's not a criticism if you're not there, right? We all just have different opportunities, and I think it'd be great to highlight some of those things at both the council meetings, so that it's public record, all of those sorts of things. I think that would be a fantastic thing to add to our agendas.
And just to, sorry, thank you for that, Councillor Dean. And just to kind of follow up, I think what also Councillor Funk is stating is that maybe the minutes aren't present right away to lead services, but same thing with that update after that next meeting, they might just turn around and say, give a highlights of what that meeting was and that the minutes are coming in lead services, and that would be in that package later on. But absolutely, since I've been here, we have received no minutes from any organization or committee meetings.
Councillor Dean?
So I wonder, to Councillor Funk's point, I wonder if we have a motion that directs administration to send a reminder to the committee chairs for each committee as to their bylaw process for committee reporting. Just a friendly reminder type thing. With that, this is with your...
Yeah, we just need to follow up and do what the policy says.
Right. But just a friendly reminder, like, hey, this is the policy. You can help us out.
Yeah.
It'd be great. Okay.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're probably going a little off topic again, in that we're going, down different paths or rabbit holes. I would say, my opinion is we should make the recommendation or direct administration to, do the terms of reporting, the information flows, right? As administration, if people need reminders of current processes, that allows them to do that because their attention is focused there, right? And then come back to council and make recommendations. Once we have a recommendation, then we'll know, we'll get more information. So then, rather than speculating, we'll say, okay, here's the recommendation. Does it cover off what we need or what's missing? And then have that debate or that discussion at that point in time, rather than, we're trying to get to the end right away. And I think there's a whole interchange that has to happen between administration, the various committees. There's different things that have to be looked at, the bylaw, the reminders of things. So that would be my recommendation is we basically put it in administration's hands and to come back to us. And then based on those recommendations and that information, then we make those further decisions.
A fully thought out decision. Councillor Funk?
Just a point of order, though, that we're currently talking about the Diversity and Inclusion Committee.
Yeah.
Not our process for minutes that are missing.
Yeah.
Stuff. So I think we're quite a ways off topic.
Yeah.
And just not sure, just make sure you guys' mics on. I see some mics are not on. I think so.
They're on.
Mine's on.
Yeah, just don't leave it right.
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I think one of the joys of leadership is sometimes you make a decision and then you go back and you're like, oh, maybe we missed it. So I wonder if part of this is we made a decision, which I still fully support. I think it was great. The idea of we changed our council meeting structure, right, where we used to have a designated CAL meeting, and then we had designated council meetings. And we changed that structure so that we could make decisions faster and things like that. But I believe that a lot of this committee reporting and things like that used to happen at those CAL meetings. And so I wonder if something that we missed within that transition was that communication piece of, because we said it, right, that a staff report for information can be done at any council meeting, which is why for us, we all went, well, why don't we just do one meeting? So I wonder if we inadvertently didn't communicate, and so that's why I wonder, going back to what I said before, supporting what you're talking about, that idea of communicating about the process might just be like a aha moment, as you described it, that it used to happen at CAL. Just because we don't do CAL doesn't mean that the committee reporting shouldn't happen, doesn't mean that you don't have opportunity. And I wonder if the other part of that too, and I realize off topic on this a little bit, is that idea of a reminder to coalitions and to organizations about the process for presenting to council, because that used to happen at CAL. And so maybe perhaps a public, using our comms, using our social media, a reminder to organizations of the process to present to council, I think could be valuable.
Yeah, I think those are great comments. I think that kind of summing it up into possibly one motion is looking for something around improved reporting and promotion for committees and special interest groups to council. And then let staff come up with that to us so that we can look at this more wholesome. Councillor Hanley, do you have anything, or is that?
No,
Cover it.
that's fine.
Okay, if I could maybe get a motion in relation to staff working on an improved reporting and promotion structure for committees and special interest groups, and reporting to council. Motion around that. Improved staff reports. Councillor
I'll
Hanley?
take a stab at this,
Okay.
and we open it for friendlies. The council directs administration to review reporting and special interest groups information flows of city-led and other community-led committees, and make recommendations to improve the communication and disclosure of these committees' efforts to the general public and council.
That's reporting and promotion. In a long ways. That's good though. Okay, any comments or questions? Is that classified as your motion?
Okay. I can
Make a motion?
my motion.
Okay.
I'll give it to Missy after.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, hearing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. So with that, are we comfortable with the initial discussion point of diversity inclusion committee versus the WIC committee, and that motion doesn't really affect that?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor
could
Coe.
I make the suggestion that maybe what we need to do here is for the Diversity and Inclusion Committee and the WIC Committee, that staff sit down and have a conversation with them both and see if these two could be merged.
And possibly try and get some feedback from the public as to what they're looking for that they don't believe is covered by the WIC committee,
I agree.
so that we can try and make sure we're covering all needs.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree.
Okay,
I think that is a motion, right?
Councillor Foat, sure, please.
I make a motion that council sends back to ask staff to look into the Diversity and Inclusion Committee and the WIC Committee and discuss the possibilities with residents also to discuss the merge of these two committees or whether they need to be kept separate.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
Currently, there is no inclusion and,
There's no diversity.
inclusion and diversity committee. So it would be setting up there's no amalgamation or.
I think it would be the connectivity or the idea of having two committees, or whether one would be suffice.
So,
Councillor Handler?
So wouldn't it be, the recommendation would be to have the terms of reference of the Welcome and Inclusive Committee be reviewed to determine whether or not Diversity and Inclusion Committee should be amalgamated together under refined terms of reference?
And speak with residents about the two issues. Councillor Funk?
just as a friendly to add that it should fall on, whether or not it should fall under council instead of staff committees. So just, I think one has more public forefront or reporting than the other.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, and I would imagine because it's a staff-led committee, it doesn't have terms of reference?
No, it does.
It does?
Absolutely, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. If we could look at your first motion, I guess, that you just made.
Oh, okay, then
Yeah.
okay. If there's no motion on the floor?
Well, I made a motion
True.
to that, but, I can withdraw it.
I'll need to retract that.
Yeah, I'll retract that motion and ask Mr. Hanley for his wise words of wisdom here.
All in favor of the retraction? Carried. Okay, proceed,
Okay.
Mr. Hanley. Councillor Hanley.
Okay, so, take it back, sir. That council directs administration to review the welcoming and,
Inclusion.
Inclusion Committee, terms of reference, and consider the Diversity and Inclusion Committee references for possible amalgamation of these two committees. In addition, determine council versus staff. Tongue-tied.
I think that should be a second motion, though.
Okay, I think.
Councillor Dean,
May I take a stab at simplifying this?
please do.
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion that staff review the terms of reference for the Welcoming and Inclusion Committee and bring back to council a presentation on the possibility of it, on the difference between it being a staff committee and a council committee. The reason for my motion wording that way is that then that would give us an opportunity to vote and move it to one category or the other. So what I'm suggesting is they review it, they speak to staff involved, they bring that back, and then we can move it to one or the other, and away we go.
Do they need to speak with residents, though, as to their perceived or actual differences between the two concepts? Councillor Dean?
Thank you. I think they're the same concept, they're just different words. So the Welcoming and Inclusion Committee is just a different way of saying Diversity and Inclusion Committee, right? So to me, so perhaps one of the recommendations that comes out is instead of calling it WIC, we call it a DI committee, right? So instead of calling it a Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, we call it the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. That could be one of the recommendations that comes out of this. And so I think that we're kind of dancing around it, whereas I would like to give this to staff to come back, look at the advantages and disadvantages, right? Because there might be advantages and disadvantages that, as we're bantering this around without the staff member here, that we are unaware of, and then flesh that out from there.
Yeah, I agree with the flushing part.
Yeah, that's
Encourage the discussion.
that's why I'm suggesting the motion I have suggested.
Okay. Okay.
Can we say it again?
Legislative, are you clear with the motion that was suggested? Okay.
You want to say it again?
Would you like to say it again?
Restate it.
You state it? Okay.
Absolutely. So I would like to direct administration to review the terms of reference for the Welcoming and Inclusion Committee and to present back to council the differences between it being a staff-led committee and a council-led committee with the possibility of a name change or any further recommendations to help support diversity and inclusion within the city of Justin Martin.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Foat?
Just a comment, I thank Councilor Dean for his motion and stuff like that. And you will find that when the staff goes back to take a look, all this was included as one committee.
This is the work the committee does.
Okay, all in favor? Carried? Thank you. Okay, moving on to our second item for new business. Councillor Hanlon?
Can we take a 5-minute bathroom?
Sure we can, absolutely. We'll take a recess till 12 o'clock. It's 11:49. Thank you. Great. Thank you, everyone, for your patience again. We just wanted to move forward with our next item on our agenda, which is G2, which is the paved pathway to Langdon along the Southwest Canal. The point of this discussion is something that's been initially mentioned with Rocky View. What I'm looking to bring forward is have some initial discussion with council and then look to recommend that staff continue the discussions, further the discussions with Rocky View staff and I guess Langdon's counselor in relation to the idea of fulfilling that. So again, what we're speaking of is regards to the WID canal that flows from here to Delmead Lake, and then from Delmead up to Langdon. And the idea is to follow what's already been done along the current southwest canal. So that should be southeast canal, actually. Mm-hmm. The southwest canal goes to Calgary, which has a paved pathway that connects to the Calgary pathway system. And this idea is to have a pathway that connects to Langdon, essentially. Again, along the same canal, and get people that are walking, riding bikes, jogging, etc., off of the opportunity to be away from traffic on highways and roads, and not have to breathe in exhaust fumes, etc. And have this as something that can happen between the two communities. And my understanding is that there is opportunities for grants as well for this type of a project, being that it involves health and activity, as well as obviously it'd be a joint venue between Rocky View County, possibly Langdon, as well as Chestermere. And again, what we're looking at doing is referring staff to continue the discussions and move those discussions forward. Are there any comments or questions that council would like to bring forward on the matter? Okay, Councillor Foat?
Is this the only area we're going to look at, or would we be looking at a pathway from here to south?
There has been some requests to have a pathway from here to East Hills along 17th Avenue, and that conversation would be not between Rocky View, it would be between the City of Calgary, obviously. And I think it's a great idea, and I wonder if it would be done, again, staff can have those conversations. I wonder if it would be done with the twinning of the roads, or if it should be looked at being done separately, and see what Calgary staff think of the discussion point. Councillor Hanley?
I would suggest to avoid going down the road like we did at the last one, is that particular idea be scheduled for a future council meeting to specifically talk about the possibilities of a pathway to East Hills, and that we try very hard to stick to the agenda point and avoid point of order.
And we can bring it up quickly at our intermunicipal meeting between the City of Calgary and us, and just get their initial thoughts on the matter too. Sure. And then bring that back to council and make some recommendations from there. So if I could move forward with requesting a motion for staff to begin discussions with Rocky View County in relation to the paved pathway to Langdon along the Southeast Canal. Councillor Bunk?
I'd like to make a motion that we instruct administration to look into the possibility of a paved pathway along the Southwest Canal to Langdon.
And the discussions with Rocky View County.
And include discussions with Rocky View.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Hanley?
Friendly southeast.
So
yes, I read it. Southeast. I accept that, friendly.
Any, Councillor Funk?
Comment. I think this is a great initiative. Back to Councillor Foat's request, there is currently the same pathway on the Southwest Canal. Actually does go in on the headworks
To Calgary.
into Calgary. So this would just be a continuation. I think it would be a great, it'd make a really long pathway for a lot of people looking for that longer bike ride.
That's right.
And things like that. So I think it's a great initiative.
Any other comments to the motion as presented? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. The third discussion is in regards to lights at parks. We're getting some commentary from residents in relation to safety factors with at nighttime, the concept of not having lights at parks and teenagers, et cetera, hanging out at the parks and possibly having drug paraphernalia and whatnot that would be left in the parks. Then the kids come to the parks in the mornings, and that creates a challenge. And one of the comments was to have lights at these parks such that there's maybe less opportunity for people to hang out at these parks that are not there for the reason of recreation. Councillor Funk?
On the opposite side of that, it also, because our winter months, we have very short daylight hours. People that are using the parks for the right reasons or for exercise and enjoyment, it allows them the ability to actually do that with their family a little bit later. But typically people doing the not right thing, nefarious thing, don't like to be in lighted areas. Also, in conjunction with that, I'd like to recommend, if I may add, some of the pathways and stuff that could be easily added. Lighting along Merganser, there's streetlights that currently are not turned on over the pathway that could be easily turned on to eliminate that pathway.
That's a good idea. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Hanley?
I would suggest that the direction to administration would be, to evaluate all of these things for consideration in next year's budget as an item to be submitted. So to look at the options and what is most economical. Is it, solar paneled in parks? And other options within the community where there's existing lights that just is a matter of turning them on. So some sort of timeline or whatever to be included in the 2023 budget deliberations.
Okay, if I could get a motion to direct administration to do a review of lights along pathways and parks and come back to council for inclusion into the 23 budget.
Okay, take a shot at that.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
The council directs administration to conduct a review of lights at various parks and walkways throughout the community for consideration in the 2023 budget deliberations and report back to council.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our fourth item under G, which is rodeo and exhibition grounds. Again, this is another discussion point that I'm looking at getting council agreeing to refer to staff in relation to the creation of, ideally, in relation to the creation of a rodeo and exhibition grounds in the Chestermere area, and have that discussion with Rocky View County, as well as our Ag Society in town. And so really it's an idea of trying to enhance on the really good work that, we've all experienced on the last Friday that the Ag Society is doing. And the exciting, really the beginnings of Chestermere was surrounding, the collective community getting together around stampede ideas and rodeo ideas, and Chestermere real grassroots are around that. And in my initial discussions with Rocky View County, they've expressed interest in the concept. So what I'd like to recommend is for staff for administration to move forward with that discussion and possibly identify, in conjunction with the Ag Society and with Rocky View County, possible locations for this and or funding mechanisms and everything that'll happen. It's not a small project, so it's going to be a little bit involved, but they definitely want to bring the key parties to the table on how to look into this exciting area. Are there any comments or questions about this idea and area that you look at? Councillor Folk?
Me as dogs, I would like to see that in addition to this, the rodeo exhibition and dog parks. Because why not have a dog park close to your exhibition grounds and campgrounds?
Yeah, I think that the kind of exhibition grounds that you could have there are so flexible, like, that you can use them for so many reasons as to, all the community groups, interest groups, et cetera, that would have those kinds of functions outdoors, that it's really unique. One suggestion that's not for today was also having our own racetrack. I don't know if that would be located next door, probably might not make sense, but,
Go east a little bit.
that's right. But, the idea is activity around Chestermere. Chestermere residents enjoy all these active amenities and active sports. And we really want to try and push to support these things within our community and our groups that are, doing such a good job working at this. So is there more discussion on this point? Do you have any more comments, Councillor Dean?
Sorry, where are we putting this?
So right now, this has to be still determined, but the discussion points that have been discussed are east of Clearwater's lands. Still in close proximity to Chestermere, but so that there's walkability is the concept, but it still is in its infant stage as to location. So that definitely is up in the air still. That doesn't have to be the point. But the point was in proximity, close proximity to Chestermere, so that it wasn't a drive that you had to really look into a long drive. And we really wanted to bite into the community culture, like Calgary Stampede has done for Calgary. It's right downtown, which I'm sure back in the day when it started, it was on the fringe of Calgary when it was originally starting. But, right now it's obviously centered to their culture, which is pretty exciting, unique opportunity, which I think that opportunity stands for Chestermere if it's embraced, which I suspect it will be. Any other comments or points? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, thank you. The only thing I would like to see is that, again, the heart behind this be done in collaboration with the Ag Society, as you have mentioned, so that we're not coming to the Ag Society with the fully developed idea, which it sounds like we're not, but rather we are working alongside, collaborating with, speaking with, hearing from them. What do you need? I think that they are going to be the experts in this area, as we saw on Friday night. They know how to do this and they do it well. And so I would like to see us ensure that it is a collaboration with. So if there's a way to word that within the motion, and I'm willing to take a stab at it, then I just think that could be very valuable.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Shan.
So I would like to make a motion to direct administration to work with the Rocky View Chestermere Agricultural Society and Rocky View County on the establishment of rodeo grounds either within the city of Chestermere or within close proximity to the city of Chestermere.
That's exceptional. Any comments or questions? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, and report back to council.
Oh, yeah, that part would be important.
Councillor Fung?
Do we want to put any timelines on this?
Yeah.
It's a big project. I don't know.
Initial updates for sure. I mean, it'll updates as it goes, but I wonder if we could hear back by the end of September if they've initially had conversation. Councillor Hanley?
There may be opportunity to, look at this in initial steps as phasing in things. So it may be an opportunity that if it's, the initial reports are before the end of the year, we could include it in the 2023 budget deliberations to at least phase in the parts that we're aware of. But as you said, it'll be a much bigger project.
So for the timeline question, though, are we looking for feedback on this before year end? October or Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I would suggest, to be fair to the Ag Society, their next major event is the second weekend, in September. And so they're going to be
Busy.
quite busy leading up to that, right? They have the parade, they have the fair, they have all of that.
Yeah.
They will probably appreciate a day or two to recover. And so I would say at earliest end of October, possibly end of November. Just given the fact that they do have another major event coming here right away.
In the fall.
In the fall. I believe the word was also by year end.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure, we could do it, they can come back to us if they can get to us earlier, but by
Right.
year end might be the best way to state it. Okay, are there any other comments in regards to that motion? So Missy, are we clear that the last time frame? Okay. All in favor? Carried? Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're just looking at moving on to an in-camera session, and lunch. Sorry, Missy? Like us to vote on it again? It's a good thing we had a motion today to change our system, update our system.
Yeah.
Oh, fitting.
Sure, you captured the votes.
We can do another one just for clarity.
Well, let's hear some of the motion again. That's a good one.
You can restate that motion.
We can take a stab at that. Are we prepared to proceed right now? Or would you like us, okay. All right, we just had some technical difficulty, so we're just going to restate the motion to the new business item, rodeo and exhibition grounds, which we just heard from Councillor Dean. If Councillor Dean could take another attempt at restating the motion with time frames.
Yeah, I would like to direct administration to work in collaboration with the Rocky View Chestermere Agricultural Society and Rocky View County on the establishment of rodeo grounds either within the city of Chestermere or adjacent to the city of Chestermere, and to bring an initial report back to council by year end.
Great. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we'll take a break for lunch right now, and then which will be for till 1:30, and then we would go in camera. Jerry, would you recommend us going in camera now? Yes, okay. All right, if I can get a motion to go in camera, Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that we go on camera at this time.
Okay, all in favor? Carried? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Everyone, thank you for your patience in regards to today's council meeting, Tuesday, July 26th. We're just coming out of in camera, and we've got a couple motions that we're going to look at. If I could get a motion to come out of in camera, Councillor Focht.
I make the motion that we come out of in camera at this time.
Sorry, just a moment, please. We're frozen. If you can hear us, we're just having some technical difficulties. Hi, everyone. We were just having a couple technical difficulties coming out of in camera. I'd like to get a motion to come out of in camera. Councillor Focht.
I make the motion that we come out of in camera at this time.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. From our in-camera session, we have a few motions that we'd like to proceed with. One of our first motions that I'd like to call upon Councillor Hanley in regards to our business item.
Okay.
Councillor Hanley.
We direct administration to obtain legal advice and opinion on the role the city can play in facilitating any discussions with all parties involved with the golf course.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions, council? All in favor?
Absolutely.
Carried. Thank you very much. All right, with our second item discussed in camera, there's a few motions that'll come out of that. I believe Councillor Funk is going to present those. Our first motion in relation to our personnel and freedom of information, section 17.
As per the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, confidential personal matter, I'd like to direct administration to hire a third-party investigator to look into the Facebook posting by Councillor Ritesh Naran.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. All opposed? Thank you. You have a second motion?
Also under the personal, or as per the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, confidential personal matter, to direct administration to hire a third-party investigator to look into the Anchor article as that was
March 29th.
released on March 29th by Councillors Ritesh Naran, Councillor Shannon Dean, and Councillor Sandy Johal Watt.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. All opposed? Thank you. And you have a third motion?
Yeah. As per the Freedom of Information Protection Privacy Act, Part 1, Division 2, Section 17, confidential personal matter, I'd like to direct administration to hire a third-party investigator to look at or review the documentation that was released by Councillor Ritesh Naran, Councillors Shannon Dean, and Councillor Sandy Johal Watt.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. All opposed? Thank you. Okay, moving forward with our agenda, we have one item, the action list, that I would request that this be tabled. If I could get a motion to table the action list until our next council meeting. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we table the action list until our next scheduled council meeting.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Are we on pause? We're good? Okay, great. With that comes to the conclusion of our agenda today in our council meeting. If I could get a motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Focht?
I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting to this time. Thank you.
Great. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.